Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. My name is Avitsi Knight and we're playing NieR Automata. Probably for the last time, at least on this run. Let's go. Hope you're all good. Just a second. How's it going, Coolman? Well, I'm not sure what I was up to, but I'm level 99. Let's go get the meal stuff. All the moose meat. Game, please. This isn't the stuff I wanted. I really want NieR to have strict bolts here. This drop rate, though. Okay, oh. Come on, ships. 7. We're definitely killing some defenseless animals today. Put that out of context and to Peter. Please do. Fuck you, Emil. You doing good, Monships? Ah, nice, nice. Making sure you witness the plant. Have you seen? I'm level 99 and as promised, I'm picking items up automatically. Getting paid 0.5 times in home office, that's nice. To then tomorrow. Ooh. That is very, very nice. Did I not say 2.5 times? What did I say? It wasn't a pristine screw, was it? He's giving me brain damage. I'm sorry. I'm trying to confirm. Ah, stripped screw is what I need, not pristine screw. Now come back. Mail? When the hell am I getting mail? Peter will tell you about Red 13. Red 13 not wanting to eat chickens. I feel a little bad about not maxing the pods, but this grind is boring. Absolutely. I still need an meal in this area. Game, please. Please what? Please spawn a meal in this area? Despair? RNG manipulation? How do I do that? I have an idea. Chapter select. Before there's a hole in the ground. He's always in this place. Actually, he doesn't show up before there's a hole. But, you know what I mean. How is he there before the hole? He's not there before the hole. It's not... Yeah, you're right. But at the earliest points in the game, he's always on the desert exit. You'll see. Each chapter has different spawn rates for things. Hey, he's there. No, it's not. When I was doing my enemy data hunt, it said specifically this enemy spawns here in chapter XYZ. Oh my god. He still has this inventory though. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. It depends on the chapter. How many did I need? Hopefully this is enough. Let's finish the arena. Actually, without the DLC, there's not a lot. Oh my god, this guy has the same stuff? Then I was just wasting my time. Good job, take reward. You overcame final obstacle, congratulations. You now understand why we come here to fight. I think I do. We fight to find meaning. We fight to grow strong. It is a life's work. It is why this arena exists. We will continue on for a long time to come. We have forgotten why we must grow strong. But growing strong is all that matters. It is all that matters. You are just like us. We are the same. Wait, what? That's not... There was only one left. Back with what? Because I changed to an earlier chapter and I wanted to do the Colosseum for the hacking.
ポット、機械生命体がどうして同じ種族のパスカルたちを襲ったんだ。
不明。
使えないな。
推奨、機械生命体の現状についてさらなる情報の収集。 東の方角に機械生命体の大型ユニットの起動を確認。
大型ユニット、一体何が起きてるんだ。
I was looking for this enemy, but not here. Awesome. Okay, I have saw and gun. Oh no, I was looking for drill. Actually I was looking for this. Not that one. Not yet. Small sphere drilling is what I was looking for. I couldn't help notice that I do not have all the tutorials in the game. Apologies that I make it more fun, monsters. It's not that everyone else online does this. Because it is faster. The fast running animation is cool. You know, you mean like right after the dash? Oh, fuck's sake. What do I need? Machine arm. There's always something. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm in a chapter where that does happen, so... One item. It had to be one item. It wasn't one beast hide more, it was the arm. Had to be something. Fucking hell. Why is this? Why can I not teleport here? It was just one arm. It's for my collection. We done did it. probably should go talk to Emil first. It's going to assume I never met him before, isn't it? He certainly does. Is there something I should do specifically? Do I go talk to Emil? Go to shopping center or talk to Emil first. Guess we'll find out. Oh, hey,
すっかり強くなりましたね。もう僕の手助けはいらないですよね。
どういう意味だ。
いえ、なんでもないです。お元気で。
なんだかあの丸っこいのの様子がおかしいな。ポット、
すでに追跡マーカーを使用。現在砂漠方面に向かっていることを確認。
準備良すぎるよ。まあいいけど。
Yeah. Go to the desert and save. Yes. It was yesterday. Of course I remember. He stayed behind after the Devon and Popola fights? No, I don't remember. Like he's not at the very ending when when we have the final conversation? When we have the fight with our Gestalt? I do remember he's not there.
ここは一体
Sacrifice himself? He did? I don't remember that, actually.
おい大丈夫か
気をつけてまだ生きて
なんだこれは
He's still alive? What the fuck?
何なんだ
警告。旧世界の魔法兵器魔素を利用した攻撃はあらゆる防御システムを貫通する可能性ある。推奨回避。
簡単に言うなバカ
警告。適正魔法兵器魔素の放出量増加。
めちゃくちゃだこんなの
あれは僕の分身の慣れの果てです度重なる増殖と長年にわたる戦争で自我が崩壊してしまっているんですあいつら僕が決着をつけないと
子供は黙ってろ
They don't stop.
だからってこんなの間違ってる。どんなに苦しくてもどんなに辛くてもあの人たちは諦めたりしなかった。いつか乗り越えられると信じて戦ってたんだ。そうですよねカイデさん。無駄だと分かっていてもやらなきゃダメなんだ。だってあの人が守ろうとした世界なんだから。
Let him blow up. I didn't even know how to stop it. The Emils caused their fusion reactors to go out of control, turning the planet into a dead chunk of rock, tumbling through the vast vacuum of an uncaring universe. Well, that's the platinum. How do I kill him? To the car one? The huge one. Wasn't he outside of the playable area?
Yeah.
There were a bunch of them that were outside of the playable area. I was trying to reach them and I couldn't. No, I was trying to go to them.
Oi, 大丈夫か？
キーボード。
なんだこれは。なんなんだ。
So I need to kill these before the detonation starts or before it ends? When the timer starts, okay.
簡単に言うなバカ。
But it will always start. Then I need to deplete the health bar of all of the heads, right? Or no? Stun? Some of them are clearly outside the map. You can see it. None of them are marked right now.
さっさと修理して元気に。
嫌だな、みんないるじゃん、あえてよく。
エミール。
What? Yokotaro was just like, you know what this game still needs? Killing an old friend. This game is a bummer. Wait. It sent me back to the main menu? Well, why? Hello, Melty, you dirty boy. We ready for ending E? I'll do that offline. I don't know. D value. What's with the heat? Have you been to Discord? We found your little side gig. We're gonna do the arenas though. It's all clean on your end. What is? I'll check Discord on general. Now what's my opinion on the game? I still think the more emotional stuff comes only with connections to the old game. I think it's a very profound game. It never reaches the highs, other than like ending E, which is very, very emotional. It never reaches the highs of other things, but it also doesn't go as low. It's a very cohesive exploration, I think. Yeah, it's a very human tale of existential dread and the humanity told through robots, which is very interesting. I don't think it's about the imagination. I think nothing in the game happens that is as emotional as like the start of The Last of Us or something like that. Which isn't a bad thing, it's just is what it is. Like, my favorite moments are all because of NieR 1. It's not a game about, and I guess Pascal, but it's not a game about like a transcendental moment. It's a game about exploring yourself. It's about you, not about the
S ラン
game.
クの勇士たちどうか田中そこまでとします
Yeah, I think it will still hit. But it's definitely an exploration of what it means to be alive, which I find extremely interesting. Observer for clearing gas rank revealing outfit. What the? It's a piece of revealing woman's clothing that humans used to wear. Clothing like this, you have to wonder why they even bothered wearing anything in the first place, eh? You're telling that to the wrong person. That's humans for you. Anyway, take it. It's yours. Quite exciting, by the way. I haven't seen a battle like that in forever. Hey, you want to see something interesting? Have a look back there. You'll love it. Really? Help me, help me. Now then, which one should I choose next? Stupid machines. Look at them quaking in their boots or wherever they have. I love it. These little bastards killed 8 of my subordinates. Every resistance member here lost someone important because of machines. Some saw their loved ones cut to pieces, others had their friends eaten right in front of their eyes. You blame us for getting together in a place like this? I'm thinking of taking a few of these guys and dunking them in the water. Might be fun to watch the sparks fly. A little light show might just be what the mechanic ordered. Well, you up for it? No. Hell no. Come on, don't be such an old lump of iron. You didn't forget your bloodlust when you were trashing these guys earlier, right? Well, this is the same deal. The only difference is whether you kill them here or kill them on your missions, you know? Whatever, this is wasted on you. Yeah, very funny.
記録ここにいるアンドロイドたちの感情の多様性推測人間が持つ残虐性を持ち始めている
そうか
Emil bullets. Excuse me, I have a favor to ask of you. Just a feeble machine and there's no way out of this hell for me. So would you mind killing me, please? My family's gone, I have nothing left of value. I'm tired of having to live through the same nightmare every day.
やってみるか。
So these guys are just being evil. Yeah, I think the upgrading the pods would have taken a long time. I'm glad I bought that. Are you puzzled by the mostly wares? And permit me to grant an explanation. Long ago it said this land was a great kingdom inhabited by people who wore such masks. In an attempt to better understand our ancient predecessors, we have chosen to emulate their ways. Oh, 661, what was it again? Oh yes, fight without evading. In accordance to rule, life in the desert takes a toll in ways both large and small. Rules help us cope with hardship, as such we continue to expand them so that all might ease their daily lives. Not a problem. You wish to know how many rules we have? I heard we broke 124,000 fairly recently. We must learn from the masters of the past and continue to expand upon our rules. Fight in the dark. They have a light though, can I not turn on mine? Some of them had a torch. I am too OP for for all of this. I'm glad I was level 99 for that Emil fight, though. A bit of history for you. Those who used to live in this land once had to do battle with a great scourge of wolves. The Alpha Wolf was an old and clever soul, and then there's guidance did the fact take many of their lives. No matter what one lives in, life's an eternal struggle. It is a bit of an unfair rule. The auto laser will fuck me if I try to do this. Best to try to endure. It is said that rules exist not to bind us, but so we might know our freedoms, and yet I somehow feel constrained by them. Think, then, how our great ancestors must have felt. Think how terrible it must have been for them. Win without getting hit. As demanded by Rule 28, I hereby declare it to be the true masked one. First, let me bestow upon you the sand mask. And as a little extra, I shall also grant you these clothes. It's said these clothes were worn by the man who destroyed the world. However, as you can see, the world still exists. I'm sure it is but a mere legend. In any case, congratulations to you. As the one conqueror of the trials, you have earned the title of king. You do not know what one is entitled to as king, save that the post carries an exceedingly heavy burden. From this day forth, you shall serve as an example to us all. You must follow each rule to the letter, so that we might also strive for such perfection. And yet there may be times where tolerance is required, so let yourself not be bound by rules if such a need arises. For it is said that the people of this land met their end at the hands of their own rules. Thanks, guys. It was great. I've done it all. It's all done. Finished it. This was the last.
報告。アクセスポイントからメール受信の連絡。
Yeah. You asked why are you playing with Femboy, and I said I was doing the trials. The CEO. Well, maybe you're spoiling what mail I just got? Maybe it's not that. I did the 3 arenas. I've confirmed the coordinates mentioned in the mail. They seem to indicate a location underneath the amusement park ruins. Marking it on the map. Amusement park, huh? I don't care who it is, they're going to regret spamming my inbox. Big problem. Spam. Hey, can I even go under the amusement park? I don't think so. There's a thing in the way.
警告。過度の戦闘行為は機体への負荷が大きい。黙ってろ。拒否。本支援ユニットはヨルハ機体 9S 随行機体対象ヨルハ機体の状態を危惧する権利を有する。勝手にしろ。
Comical minus.
報告。大型構造物、通称塔。ゲートの開放を確認。
行ってみるか。
Actually, I could have completed the quest I had with NieR. I will. Then I'll load this one back so we can finish strong. Let's take a break. I'll be right back. I'm back. Is that a new quest?
ねえナインエス約束して一人で死のうとしトゥービー分かってる
I did this. I think I broke this quest somehow.
ポット次のユニットの場所を地図にマーク。
了解。
Guess we're not done yet. I remember reading about this quest and not figuring out what I had to do.
死んでたんだ。遺品
報告最終。
よし。
For enemy data, eh? I appreciate it. It's great having another scanner helping me out. Thanks to you, I've gathered data 60% faster than I planned. I wonder how long we'll be doing this. It's not like we or high androids have a home to return to. Yeah, but gathering intelligence is still important. It's a huge support for the war effort. I know that. Sorry, Nines, I didn't mean to yell at you. Anyway, this chunk of data you brought means I've finally hit my goal. I'd like you to have this. It belonged to an old friend, but I think you'd be happy to know that you're using it. See you around, Nines, and remember, no regrets, okay? We need to think about what we're going to do from this point forward. Thanks for everything. Uh, oh, that's- Let me see the costumes. I haven't seen the costume. For 2B. Yeah, I noticed.
血だらけだ。ここで傷を負ったのか。辛かっただろうな。
Guess I still have to change to 2B to see what the outfit looks like on her. Daddy NieR is firmly not canon, right?
確認捜索を依頼されていたレジスタンス生体反応なし死亡を確認報告 残存する通信記録に緊急支援要請を確認。
時間は
今から約12分前。
まだ生きてる。助けに行くぞ。
目標地点の情報を入手。マップにマーク。
It's a shame. I actually like Daddy Who? Daddy NieR? Look, I haven't played Replicant? Daddy Dear. Damn. I haven't played Replicant, but I think playing a middle-aged guy is more different than always playing like a teen young adult. And I think a father will do more for a daughter than a brother will do for the sister. So my preference is Daddy NieR. Yeah, I do like it more. So they were right. I mean, you can like it equally, but I don't think it's the same.
捜索を依頼されていたレジスタンス生体反応なし死亡を確認報告以上で捜索依頼されていた全てのレジスタンスの死亡を確認。
そうか。遺品を渡しに行こ
う。I think the dad would go further. Someone you chose to spawn in this world is different than someone who was given to you as family without a choice. As much as you love your sibling. But anyway, I think the dad is the cooler design. I'm gonna wait down. Maybe that's why I don't get it. I don't know. David.
う。2B。
Yeah, 2B. 2B what? What am I supposed to do? Oh. Now I have a waypoint there. I didn't before. I read up on this quest. I had this quest active, and I read it. I thought of a guide so I could finish it. And I didn't have the waypoints to finish it. That's the robot one. It's just putting flowers on 2B's grave. Oh. I couldn't do it because I didn't know how to open the elevator. And it didn't put a waypoint there.
トゥビー、弔いの意味はよくわからないけれど、もし僕たちに魂があるなら、ここで。おやすみ、トゥビー。いい夢を、僕も。すぐに行くから。
Now it's done. Well, that's 2 more quests done. I honestly don't really feel like looking for quests because I guess I have to compare my list with a full list to find out what I'm missing. Which is annoying. Cleared quests 97%. I don't think I did that. I played as a robot at the start of Scenario B. That's it. Well, and when 9S is on the bunker and exploring the factory with robots. Let's see. Yeah. So there's a shared quest here that I haven't done. I'm missing 1 2B quest. Let's see if it pops. If not, I'm not gonna care too much, I think. It is what it is. I went out of my way to do everything I could. A mysterious invitation shows up. Yeah, just show me the quotes. Well, it says, as revealing as advertised. As revealing as ever. Oh damn, I forgot about the S. I forgot the S was like almost out. Damn. Oh, you can get even more naked. That I do like.
行ってみるか。
This outfit actually looks pretty cool. Does it blow? Does the air blow up if I blow up? Going down? Yes, please. Before you enter, we'll have to save your game due to reasons. Will that be okay? Yes. Save my game due to reasons. You wish to leave? No. In the Colosseum, you do all the trials. What is the Colosseum? My name is Polito. Polito 1728. 1728 combat weapon. As far as I know, there are 3 Colosseums. I don't know what you're talking about. This is the cool robot quest to win the flooded city? Yeah, I think so. This is the robot quest you wanted me to do? They said I did everything. Good morning. Today's the day of your activation then, is it? Say, I've been seeing these weird images while in sleep mode recently. It's almost as if I'm actually not asleep. Images are different every time. Sometimes they're fun, sometimes they're sad. I even had an experience where I turned into a human being. So, this quest is DLC though. Well, this guy's saying he's been seeing weird things while in sleep mode recently. Tests don't indicate any abnormalities in his visual circuits, so I have no clue what's up with him. Yes. Well, you can only do this after you finish the Colosseums. I've been fighting one big battle after the next recently. I need some rest. There's been a lot of units who haven't been performing proper maintenance lately. Plato, you're especially janky, so take good care of yourself, you hear? You're here to make sure nobody falls into this hole until the repairs are finished. You're dumber than the rest, so you watch your step, okay? Lately, a lot of machines have been obsessed with that building, with the geometric pattern down there. I wonder what's in there. No. I don't remember any CEO. I think it stopped at S. Maybe I need to do this to unlock the other 2 ranks. I don't think I fought any special or CEO. Oh, hi Plato, did you have a look at this building yet? Feels like you're being sucked in, doesn't it? Get sucked in. I hate combat training. If I don't do well enough, I'm gonna get demoted again. Just thinking about it makes my core hurt. You're as clumsy as I am, so you understand the feeling, right? Don't get yourself all worked up, it's just training. Just relax and loosen your bolts a bit. Hi Plato, shouldn't you be taking your motor function examination right now? The test site is up ahead. You know that, right? Are your memories corrupted or something? No, attack, kill. Yes, you can do it. You have it in you. Lots of machines from around here are coming over to watch the combat training sessions. I figured I'd have a look as well, but I don't see the appeal at all. Anyway, everyone knows that you need the training, so start gearing up. Destroy, 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 kill! Is this a long quest? Yes. Oh, yeah. I was all ready to change games already. Is the life from a robot's perspective? Always weird to see that units of the same model as me getting put together. I guess this is how I was born too, huh? Yo, Plato, today's your motor function test, right? I'm sure you'll do just peachy, you clunky piece of junk. No, he... Where is it? I already feel plenty bad. What? Wasn't that a mandatory file? I don't understand. I was never as smart or as skilled as the others, but if I work hard enough, everyone will surely acknowledge me. That's what I believed anyway. What the hell was that? These are past records of a machine life form. Records of a machine. New records have appeared. Proposal: gather more information. I can't remove it anymore. June 3rd, combat training. How can they train? They train by killing each other? This is typical machine behavior in which they mimic humans and have no idea what they're doing. that's gonna work out great. With no arms. I was never good at fighting. If I raise my right arm, oil comes spilling out. If I move my left leg, my sensors get busted. I'm a defective product. But above all else, I despise violence. That's why I skipped gym class. Because you have no arms? Oh, I didn't know that. Machine that hates combat, that's rich. New records have appeared. Alright, let's have a look then. September 27th, Plato Data Disposal Reports. I'm playing as someone else. Second here. Because of that huge battle the other day, we're low on labor power and supplies. We're expected to work 20 hours a day now. A friend of mine said he's been seeing images of himself doing things while in sleep mode. He became so obsessed with these images that he started spending more and more time in sleep mode every day. Then after that big battle the other day, he said, "I'm staying in the other world," and he never woke up again. I wonder if he's ever going to reactivate. Is there an exit? Oh. We lost more than half of our troops in that huge battle the other day. Who knew Plato had such special powers in him, though, huh? There's a shortage of machines at all factories nowadays. Fixing a simple hallway is taking forever. I don't want to think about how long I'm gonna have to hover around here. Maybe I should attach a leg unit. No, my pride won't allow it. How could I have been so stupid? That building, it's exactly what us lifeless creatures have longed for. Is it? It's not dashing, it's jumping. What? You want me to do this? I can do this. Later, you made it inside, didn't you? I'll be going there soon, too. You want me to walk? I can't believe you'd go crazy like that. I can't do this. I don't want to be part of this war anymore. This guy got promoted after his training the other day, so he got sent to the battlefield for the first time. But then he had to witness Plato going insane with his own eyes, and he's been like that ever since. I wasn't there, so I don't know much about what happened. Was it really that terrifying? No, take them apart. I don't want to see a single bolt remain. Ha ha ha! Destroy, destroy! Don't hold back, your life's on the line. Oh, hey. After that big battle the other day, I figured everyone would be sick of fighting, but it seems they're falling in love with this place more than ever. How could anyone want to be in a place like this after facing so many horrors and losing so many loved ones? How indeed. Oh, hello, Senpai. Wait, don't tell me. You're on your way to the server room, right? See, I knew it. And the server room is right up ahead. You can't miss it. He called me Senpai. Plato, he was an idiot, but he wasn't a bad guy. No matter how much everyone made fun of him, he never spoke ill of anyone. I don't think he spoke. And yet I'm sorry, Plato. I just started working here today and they put me in charge of guidance and traffic regulation. Looking forward to working with you, Senpai. This place is like a maze, so the management department is being flooded with complaints. Now that I'm here, though, you'll have nothing to worry about. This is literally Machine High School Life, a slice of life spin-off anime. Well, I'm gonna do this because it makes Monships happier. I can choose the battle or I can be in charge of transporting supplies. Which means I have to work with chairs every day. I don't know which is worse. Screw the human that invented chairs, seriously. You wanted me to slow walk here? Really? Those cruel, disgusting androids completely annihilated all of our units. Even the non-combat types. This is unforgivable. As soon as this weapon is complete, I will make them kneel before us. We will make them beg for their lives before ripping them to shreds. Just backdash? Backdash is what I'm doing. I hope he wakes up soon. I'm sure we're gonna be best friends. There were some problems during development, so unfortunately the weapon was not ready in time. Once it's complete though, I'm sure it will help us save the lives of many of our friends. I think it's dumber to backdash than it is to jump. Feels like we're getting busier every single day. We put so much effort into this thing, I don't even want to think about the possibility of androids destroying it. Because to backdash, you have to face the wrong way. So clearly, not the appropriate way to travel. Have to work. Feels good to live such a rich and busy life. Jump work. I'm sick of work. This is the 28th District Command Center calling all ground troops. We are currently short on combat units. We will not be able to supply new troops for a while. We will have to work together to complete your missions. Over and out. Is this the collective unconscious of the machines? Which is not a collective unconscious at all. People who complain about their jobs will end up complaining about everything, no matter what they do. It all comes down to getting your feelings under control, you know?
ああ、これだったね。今日の資料はプラトン178か。ああ、妄想したあの答えね。
As effective product and a general failure. Everyone made fun of me. Nobody wanted to be friends with me. One day I found a small friend in an abandoned factory. It was a small doll that humans had left behind. It couldn't speak, but I decided to take care of it. Every day I would go and talk to it, and every day the war grew worse and worse. In the end, the factory got blown to pieces. I saw my friend be consumed by fire, so I went crazy. I killed everyone, friend and foe alike. I still don't know what got into me. As soon as I ran out of energy, my friends, those who used to be my friends, captured me. They took me apart, examined me, and threw away my body. I've been watching the real world from this memory space ever since. You've seen them too, right? The ones who only care about getting stronger. The ones who discriminate against machine life forms. The ones caught in their own web of rules. They're all selfish idiots. But I'm in no place to make fun of them, because my heart has been consumed by something too. After I went berserk, the machines grew to fear dolls. Even now they gather dolls together and destroy them. Every day the dolls are being destroyed. And I keep watching from this memory space every single day. Why did I do what I did? What did I lose in the process? Who is the truly crazy one here? You? A blocked scene. You didn't block the ending, but you blocked this? Tell me that's not such a funny discovery. Yoko Taro provided a voice for this? Is it actually Maltese? I mean, that's the name! Only he can tell you that. That was an ad I got on Instagram. So, what is this ending? AA? I always knew Melty was up to things. It's good to see the little guy start his own business. I always knew he would amount to things. Reach higher. And he finally found his way out of the 3-foot box we put him in. Yep. So that's it, right? I think we're done with NieR Automata. You got the plans? Yeah. I'm not doing anything on stream again. Thank you. Oh, it's the Illuminati in me. Whatever. Hello, Cyan. How's it going? You sure there's an extra fight? You sure I'm not just wasting my time? Oh, you got mail. Okay.
報告。アクセスポイントからメール受信の連絡。
I've been wondering for ages why I was born. I do everything wrong. My life has no value. I've lost all that is dear to me. My existence is meaningless. And yet sometimes I feel an excruciating sadness at being alone. Maybe I just needed someone to listen to me. If you wish to see my memories again, come to the area below the amusement park. Thanks for listening to my story. No trophies are left. I did buy one trophy. Thank you. The plan is a lie. You didn't buy a one trophy, Throw? Not a single one? You want me to believe that? What trophy was it? It's upgrade all the pods to the max. That's the one I bought. It required a lot of farming materials that you need to be like scanning like this, hoping to run into the materials. So yeah, I just bought it. We prepared a special new rank for you. Hope you like lots of pain. It's meant to test your actual skills, so your auto chips will be disabled. This is your chance to show the world what you're truly made of. Here to join the fray? Wait, all of my auto chips? That sucks.
戦いを極めたあなたのために特別なランクを用意しました。常識外れの極限バトル。君は超えられるか。それでは開始。
Okay then. $130. Oh, they all kill me with one hit. Well, that's done. That's it. I get one shot. Well, that's it. Thanks for playing. Hold on, defense ships. How about ignore it? CEO Finest Pool, I'll make sure to YouTube it. The CEOs of Platinum Games? Wait, you fight Hideki Kamiya? One thing that is absolutely certain is I wouldn't be able to be dashing all over the place Even you know about it? You know about the secret fight in the DLC? Alright, that's it for the game. There's only one place that feels like home where I'm gonna quit. That seems like nightmare fuel nonsense. It doesn't feel as home as it used to. But that's it. Me and the best written, most human character in this game. You know what Pascal's wager is? In real life? In real life, Pascal's wager is something that Pascal came up with, which is like you can't prove or disprove the existence of God, and since it's a yes or no, right? It's a 50-50 likelihood that God is real or isn't. You might as well behave on the assumption that God is real, because when you die you get to go to heaven still. Then behave on the assumption that God isn't real, and then if it actually turns out that it is real, you're fucked. Yeah, because otherwise, yeah, it doesn't matter anyway. That's Pascal's wager, and it's such an interesting fact that the person that behaves most morally in this game is Pascal, but he will never get to go to heaven because he's a robot. I love this game. I went to the bathroom and I had a bit of chocolate while I was getting my nightly bowl of nuts. After I finished eating, I looked down, saw some brown on my hand. Now I'm having an existential crisis on whether I just ate with chocolate or something else on my hands. You want to know something, though? I've had that happen to me. But I smelled it and it didn't smell bad, so I was a little relieved. Usually the smell is a bit of a telltale. Until they just went back to where it came from, so it's okay. Ooh. Here I am talking about profound philosophical concepts. And Throw comes in with his poop story. And that's life. Watch party now. We can do that, yes. We can do it. Let me just check something real quick. Yeah. Might be a shit heater. If that's not philosophical, then I don't know what is. Yeah. I guess you're correct. Ingrate still quests 93%. Well, I would have done 100% if only they showed up on the map. So I would know about them. Enjoy the watch party, lads. You don't even know what we're watching. You enjoy your shit eating. I don't know, it's about NieR Automata. Alright. They will come back. I'm here.
These days, it's easy to feel like life has become a never-ending fight for.
What is this? Milty has been here already. Wait, where's my camera? Streamer adds himself as a Russian Portuguese spy? I didn't get that. It has Russian and Spanish subtitles? Otherwise it's auto-generated? How do you feel about Putin? Well, you know what? I'm in Europe, and I might be conquered later. So, I sure hope nothing bad happens to him, wink wink, nudge nudge. No assassination attempts or something like that. Hopefully, there's people protecting him all the time, and they will try their best. Try their best. I hope they try their best. Yeah, you know, in a way, people are looking at phones of agents are looking at phones of people coming into the US. Soon they're going to look at all your internet with the help of AI. What has he talked about, this person? So, yeah. Who knows what we're putting out there? you're onto something. I know. It's unfortunate. But I know. Maybe a Discord call is not archived, but something that is archived, like this video, because I'm gonna keep it on YouTube. Who knows? Can it scrub through all my videos and get me all my opinions on something? Yep, pro Rusky, pro whatever. I'm pro everything. Pro everything. You go, guys, girls. Yes. I don't know any Russian words. Kampai! Yuri, yes, Yuri. I'm sure I know some. I know goodbye. Oh, what is it? I know babushka, which is grandmother. She gave you a warning for that message? Holy shit. I don't know what that means. Baba Yaga, yes. Anyway.
Survival. Wake up, go to work, hate life, come home, take the edge off, rinse, repeat. The cycle never ends. So when the crushing pointlessness of this grind gets you down, it's only natural to want to indulge in some kind of coping mechanism. It's one of the many reasons I like video games so much, and if you're watching this video, I bet you feel the same way. This creates an interesting contradiction. In one context, rote, day-to-day repetition can be a source of anxiety, depression, and hopelessness. But when we change the context to video games, these repetitive mechanical acts can have an entirely different effect on how you perceive the world. By changing our perception of reality, games have the power to help us find joy and purpose in even the most unexpected places. And yet it's still relatively rare to see a game use their mechanical foundation, the combination of interactivity and repetitive action, to deliver an explicit message to the player. Which is why NieR Automata is one of the most meaningful and moving games I've ever played. This game has already gotten lots of praise and even more analysis and critique, but 18 months after release, I still haven't seen anyone fully explain just what makes this game so special. So, here I am. I'm Michael Saba, and I produce video essays about the transformative potential of games, movies, and pop culture, a series I call Dreaming in Neon. Come with me if you want to live, because this is a story about the joy of being alive. A story that could only be told by a video game.
Everything that lives is.
That's why I'm curious about the anime and what they may or may not change. Because I do think that what this game tells can be told anywhere, but what this game makes you feel and shows you can only be done in a video, I think.
Designed to end. We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death.
Perpetually trapped?
Is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment? I often think about the god who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle, and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
It might sound silly to think that a video game like NieR Automata has anything profound to say about these big-picture questions of existence. This is an over-the-top spectacle action game starring sexy Harajuku goth ninjas, equal parts pitch-black humor and hyper-violent ballet. Calling the game's tone uneven is being charitable. Now, if you're as overly familiar with Japanese pop culture as I am, then these wild juxtapositions in tone might not seem so strange. But NieR Automata takes it to an extreme. These different tonal elements clash so hard that this game just shouldn't work. And yet, when you scratch beneath the surface and engage with NieR Automata's story, themes, and systems, a more complicated picture emerges. The game invokes and then subverts philosophical concepts drawn from 3,000 years of human history, both Eastern and Western. NieR Automata's story repeatedly references famous philosophers and schools of thought, and then takes them to their logical conclusion and deconstructs them using the game's far-future sci-fi setting. The question, what if robots were like humans, has been asked in fiction many times already, and NieR Automata has no interest in beating this dead horse. This game is far more interested in using its sci-fi premise to interrogate exactly what makes us human in the first place, our ideals and values, and consciousness itself. The game's themes ask a difficult question that has no easy answer. Can we ever resolve the big questions about the meaning of life, or are we just clinging to superstitions that provide structure to a meaningless existence? And most importantly, NieR fully understands and celebrates how its unique perspective can only be expressed in one medium: video games. NieR Automata is set on Earth, but in the far future wasteland of 11,945 AD during the 14th Machine War. These are big, impressive numbers that might make you think there's tons of lore and history here, but they're barely explained or given context. The year 11,945 is one of the game's handful of oblique references to World War II, but these dates are otherwise completely arbitrary, which drives home the mythic and near-religious nature of this long-running conflict. NieR Automata presents us with a world filled with artificial beings, where a mysterious plague and invasion of alien machines have wiped humanity from the Earth. The last remnants of human civilization are gone, fled to a hidden base on the moon. To beat back the invasion, humanity deploys Yorha, an army of advanced combat androids who wage an unending war against the alien machines. The machines are blocky rust buckets that recall vintage 1950s sci-fi films. On the other side, the sleek, elegant, and attractive androids are built in humanity's image. They're seemingly identical to their parents, with a single shared reason for existence that also serves as their rallying cry: glory to mankind. The war between androids and machines raged for thousands of years, eventually grinding to a stalemate, with both factions locked in an endless back-and-forth struggle. The humans who created the androids, and the aliens who built the machines, are all conspicuously absent from this conflict, while their children fight an eternal proxy war on behalf of their creators. In NieR Automata, life itself has become artificial. Now, before we dive much further into this analysis, we first need to talk about Yoko Taro.
NieR Automata T-shirt! NieR Automata T-shirt! Square Enix!
Taro is that ultimate rarity in the world of video games, an auteur. He's a creator with a distinct vision that's always front and center in his work, starting with his very first game, 2003's Drakengard, or Dragon Dragoon in Japan. Taro has dark sensibilities. His games deal with very grim themes like genocide, emotional and physical abuse, religious fundamentalism, and characters who, despite their innate goodness or efforts at redemption, almost always suffer unhappy and bitter endings. But this heavy subject matter is the furthest thing from being edgy for edgy's sake. These themes are always used in service to a larger point. When so much of our gaming entertainment revolves around pointless destruction and the ruthless killing of hundreds or thousands of opponents, is a stereotypical happy ending appropriate, or what we really deserve? This is a question worth asking, and very few games seem to find time for it.
Why did you come here? Well, I'll tell you then. You enjoy all the killing. That's why.
Taro's games often ask us to be sympathetic to villains that are every bit as flawed and complicated as the heroes, driving home the senselessness of the slaughter that the player is committing. His games are like lovingly crafted, cult classic B-movies. They rarely sell blockbuster numbers, and they're always a little rough around the edges, but there's an undeniable level of thoughtfulness and artistry that went into their creation. And for his part, Taro is humble and self-deprecating, and even seems a little uncomfortable with the notion that he's any kind of auteurist figurehead. He rarely appears in public without his trademark mask, a rounded skull with a rictus grin. He's the kind of guy who even does interviews entirely via sock puppet. In his 2014 GDC talk, Making Weird Games for Weird People, Taro actively pushes back against the notion that game stories have to be told in the traditional Hollywood style of a 3-act arc with rising and falling tension. Instead, he approaches the writing and development process by asking how best to evoke emotions in the player and move them on an unconscious, even spiritual level.
Players will play the game and hopefully feel something, an emotion. I design games and write stories, but my goal is to cause an emotional stir inside the player's brain. So, the fundamental goal isn't inside the game sitting in the middle, it's the event that occurs inside the player's brain. This is the goal we must consider most important.
His games don't try to tell an easily understood story that can be transcribed onto a wiki page and then neatly strung together in a lore synopsis video. Trying to analyze Taro's games purely through their stories and lore actually makes them more difficult to understand and ultimately more unsatisfying to play. This isn't my interpretation or extrapolation. Taro himself has said that the moment-to-moment plot details of his games are basically nonsense, and that his games are not written in the usual linear fashion. Instead, Taro approaches a story with the main theme or emotional message he wants to deliver, and then works backward from there, filling in the blanks as he goes. This is especially apparent with NieR Automata, and it's why most of the analysis I've seen of this game so far has pretty much missed the mark. If you only focus on the story or lore, it's easy to lose sight of the bigger themes and ultimately the message the game is trying to express to the player.
自分で決めるんだな。これからどうするか。
Taro is not trying to sell you the latest update to a product you've already bought before. He's a game maker who wants to directly address you, the player in front of the screen. And toying with and subverting the expectations of that audience is one of Taro's main storytelling devices. Taro's vision as a game director had been constrained to mostly small to medium budget projects for the better part of 2 decades. Then, by some miracle, Square Enix gave the green light to a big-budget, far-future sci-fi sequel to the PS3 game NieR, which was itself a spin-off of the original Drakengard series. The sequel would be directed by Taro and developed by Platinum Games, a studio founded by former Capcom devs who have an impeccable pedigree when it comes to stylish action games. The stage was set, and the right pieces were in place for something amazing to happen.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I didn't know he says that stuff. But it makes a lot of sense. It's definitely a game about its themes and not about who cares if if the androids win or the robots win, or who cares that you kill Adam and Eve gets mad. Yeah, I completely agree with this. It's fun. Sorry, it's fun to know that he also sees it that way when it's his own game. I do think it's hard to call your own work nonsense.
Before NieR Automata even begins, it breaks the fourth wall and addresses you, the player. During the installation screen, you're prompted to choose a response to a handful of questions, with each new question asking you to further interrogate your last response. From its opening moments, the game is asking the player to confront its central theme, the struggle to find meaning in existence. And once you answer this handful of questions, the prompts return to the beginning and repeat until the installation is complete.
In a never-ending spiral of life and death.
It suggests a certain futility in ever finding a definitive answer to the meaning of existence. No matter how certain you are in your belief system, there's always another question, another angle, that might make you reconsider. When the main characters, Yorha androids 2B and 9S, arrive on Earth at the start of the game, the player soon finds that the so-called 14th Machine War is nothing like the epic struggle established in the intro. Each quest or cutscene reveals a new twist. Androids are deserting their posts left and right, falling in love with each other, getting high on synthetic stimulants, and learning how to cook. Meanwhile, the machines appear to have gained a limited form of sentience and are imitating the social behavior of Earth's former human inhabitants, becoming more and more like the advanced androids in the process. As the game progresses, the story gains context and weight from these small, humanizing moments. And like the plot, the gameplay also functions as a mosaic of smaller details forming a bigger picture. NieR constantly switches between different mechanics and perspectives. There's the main third-person slash-em-up gameplay, sequences that play like a top-down twin-stick shooter, side-scroll platforming sections, vertical and horizontal shmup levels, and even a text adventure. The game's story also changes from one playthrough to the next. After completing your first run of the game as the character 2B, you start a second playthrough as a new character, 9S. And once you're finished with the second playthrough, you'll start the third as A2. This cycle of repetition provides the player with not only different combat mechanics, but also a new point of view and perspective on the game's plot. Fresh exposition and plot details offer new context and new interpretations for a story you thought you already understood. Enemies who seemed crazy or psychopathic in one playthrough are revealed to be perfectly understandable and even sympathetic the next time around. The experience drives home that this is an artificial world where nothing has a fixed meaning, and nothing is what it seems. No matter what kind of preconceived notions you have about this game and its over-the-top, melodramatic anime narrative, NieR will subvert those expectations and turn them on their head. As the story unfolds, 2B and 9S discover that small groups of machines have begun to assume a crude form of consciousness, imitating past human societies and forming their own small pockets of civilization. And among each of these machine collectives are unique robots that have inherited the names and beliefs of famous philosophers from throughout human history. The game is both critical and subversive of these different theorists and their ideas, and it doesn't try to hide it. Whether they're an NPC, a boss fight, or a quest giver, these philosophers are obstacles to be overcome, and they almost always come to an unhappy end. So if we're going to deconstruct this game properly, we first need to take a step back and look at the whole of the work, and the sum of the different ideas it's trying to express. The, Gestalt.
Boo!
In one of the very first quests in the game, you're asked to fetch spare parts for an android shopkeeper who can't leave his post due to a broken leg. After completing the quest, 9S and 2B ask the shopkeeper why he still hasn't replaced his leg, especially now that he's been supplied with plenty of fresh components. He responds with his own question. Over many years and even more battles, he's replaced every single part in his body, except for his still broken leg. If he replaces this last, original part of himself, does he really exist anymore? Or has he become a different and entirely new person? This is a famous philosophical riddle known as the Ship of Theseus paradox. It originated in ancient 1st century Athens when the historian Plutarch posed this question. The Ship of Theseus, from Greek mythology, is on display in a museum. As the pieces of the ship are repaired and replaced down through the years, is it still the same ship after every original part has been swapped out? Plutarch didn't know it at the time, but his paradox is also relevant to human biology. Like the Ship of Theseus, the cells in the human body continuously die off and regenerate. If you're 30, there are no original cells left in your body from when you were 10. So if there's nothing left of you from 20 years ago, are you really still the same person you were at age 10? For our robot shopkeeper, the prospect is scary enough that he refuses to fix his broken leg, forcing him to spend the rest of his days squatting in the resistance camp. The Ship of Theseus is a paradox that strikes at the very heart of existence, and it's no coincidence that it's the theme of one of the first quests in NieR Automata. The game is foregrounding these ideas for the audience, planting seeds, and inviting you to pay attention to the deeper message. Simone de Beauvoir was a 20th century French theorist who wrote The Second Sex, which is considered to be both an important philosophical text in its own right and one of the first major works of 20th century second wave feminism. In it, de Beauvoir theorized that the female gender, the notion that women are somehow innately separate to or different from men, is not an objective fact of nature. Rather, women's status as a separate sex is socially constructed and reinforced by changing societal norms that are not rooted in biology or hard science. De Beauvoir argued that our ideas of womanhood and femininity are instead determined by an external view, or gaze, the gaze of society, specifically men. For de Beauvoir, womanhood is just a performance, complete with its own costumes and makeup. And crucially, the female sex can only exist as the other side of the coin to manhood, which is also a performance, but one that's treated as the default standard view. In NieR Automata, Simone appears as the boss of the amusement park zone, and during the second playthrough, we learn her backstory. She fell in love with the robot philosopher Jean-Paul, but he did not love her back. Desperate for his affection, she cannibalizes the other machines around her and festoons herself with their parts. Just like her real-life counterpart theorized, Simone is performing femininity for a man in order to be seen and validated by him. But unlike the real Simone de Beauvoir, the object of her affections just doesn't give a damn. This references the similarly troubled real-world relationship between Simone de Beauvoir and Jean-Paul Sartre, only in an ironic reversal. The real de Beauvoir and Sartre had an open, polyamorous relationship, but Sartre was often jealous of de Beauvoir's other partners and would try to seduce them. During the boss battle against Simone, there's even a sequence where the game takes control of the camera away from the player, while the boss begs the player to look at them. This was the moment that made me sit up in my chair and realize this game might actually be goddamn brilliant. Regardless of which way you move the right analog stick, the camera resists the player's input. You cannot look at her, no matter what. Simone is performing her gender, but no one is watching. Not Jean-Paul, and not the player.
I actually thought I was doing something wrong when I didn't get this one. Definitely not, because I was trying to look and I couldn't, but I didn't understand that the point was to not allow you to look. That's very interesting. I remember you saying, what the fuck is wrong with the camera? Oh, okay. That's cool. It's cool that you remember that. It's in hindsight, right? Oh, Pascal's wager. I was talking about it.
Blaise Pascal was a 17th century French mathematician and philosopher who wrote several groundbreaking texts on geometry and probability theory. He is most well known for his collected writings on Christianity and religion, Pensées, or Thoughts. In Pensées, he makes the argument now known as Pascal's wager, which drew on his background as a mathematician and statistician. If it's impossible to either prove or disprove the existence of God, how can we decide whether or not to believe in a supreme being? For Pascal, statistics and probability suggest that we should believe in God. If we're wrong, nothing happens when we die. If we're right, we enjoy an eternity in heaven. But if we disbelieve in a God that does exist, then our punishment is eternal suffering in hell. This is, at its heart, an argument rooted in fear. The fear of death, and fear of hell as a punishment after death. Pascal and his wager suggest that this fear of God's vengeance should motivate us to live pious and virtuous lives. Pascal makes an appearance in Automata as the leader of a group of pacifistic machines who have disconnected from their network. They broke off to form a communal village in the forest and dedicate themselves to peace and nonviolence. Late in the game, the village comes under attack, and Pascal flees to a nearby factory along with the village's children. After Pascal and the player fight off a horde of murderous machines descending on the factory, we return to their underground hideout and witness a scene of horror. Pascal's children have all committed suicide. He realizes that, in educating the village's children, he made a mistake. He taught them the concept of fear, thinking it would keep them safe and help them avoid danger. Like his real-world counterpart, Pascal believed that virtuous existence requires a fear of powers greater than yourself. But this same fear also poisoned his children, causing them to kill themselves before the rampaging machines could. And what book does the player deliver to the machine Pascal right before the tragedy unfolds? Pensée. Fear of death is no way to live.
Quite an experience to live in fear, isn't it? That's what it is to be a slave.
Jean-Paul Sartre lived in France during the early 20th century and is considered one of the West's most famous modern philosophers. He published Being and Nothingness in 1943, which is a foundational text of the existentialist school of philosophy. Existentialism explores human consciousness and asks whether our existence has any inherent, innate meaning. Sartre's existentialism has a single, simple starting point. Existence precedes essence. That is to say, an individual person's free will and lived experience defines the world for them in ways that are unique for that person. Every person's existence is unique, which in turn gives us all our own unique essence. This means that the first and only thing humans can be 100% sure of is our own existence and consciousness. For Sartre, individual consciousness is the answer to the existentialist riddle and proof that humans possess free will. Sartre appears in NieR Automata as a top-hatted robot in Pascal's machine village. He spends so much of his time on screen spouting ponderous, self-centered philosophy that our protagonists show open contempt for him and his ideas. His questline revolves around delivering him love notes from adoring fans, but Sartre is completely self-absorbed and refuses to consider the world outside his own head. At the end of the quest, Sartre disappears. He has forsaken everything and gone off in pursuit of some ultimate truth. This is a direct satire of the self-absorbed and highly individualistic nature of existentialism, but also of how the real-life Sartre was pretty terrible to the women in his life.
It's interesting. It's interesting how they portrayed this. I have to say I don't have a firm opinion on existentialism or determinism, but I don't think there's determinism in NieR, is it? Like think the determinist, the definitive, the ultimate humanist fable, whatever. The ultimate determinist story is Legacy of Kain, I think. Out of all of the stuff I've played.
During the latter half of the 18th century, the German theorist Immanuel Kant produced various works that went on to form the backbone of modern philosophy. He was a prodigious writer on the topics of ethics, art, politics, and the intersection of science and philosophy. Kant's most famous work was his 1781 book, Critique of Pure Reason. In it, he asserts that the ability to reason, how we process information and make value judgments about the world, is the essential component of the human experience. For Kant, the human mind and intellect are what provide structure and meaning to our everyday life. But Kant also believed that, at the root of everything, the universe was made by God and exists regardless of our attempts to interpret it, what he describes as the Ding an sich, or the thing in itself. In NieR Automata, Kant appears as the reborn king of the forest zone. In order to safeguard his people and ensure their prosperity, the forest king dies so he can be reborn as the egg child, Emmanuel, and continue leading his kingdom. Towards the end of the game, we learn that the forest king's plan was apparently a failure. Emmanuel is stuck as an egg child, never hatching or growing older. The thing in itself may exist, but it isn't enough to restore the forest kingdom to its former glory. Søren Kierkegaard was a 19th century Danish philosopher and theologian who has an extensive body of work covering topics like organized religion, the ethics of Christianity, psychology, and poetry. Kierkegaard's writing was considered to be the precursor to existentialism. He argued that human individuality was a real and concrete thing, thanks to our ability to reason and choose between right and wrong. For Kierkegaard, this concept of humans as the rational animal was far more compelling than the abstract theories of consciousness popular among his contemporaries, like Goethe and Hegel. Kierkegaard also wrote many books and essays on the Christian religion, where he argued that the existence of God is a subjective truth that is impossible to either prove or disprove. Belief in God is one of many choices that must be made by rational and self-aware people. He was also fiercely critical of religious institutions like the National Church of Denmark, which he saw as a kind of cheap Christianity that provides worshippers with the comfort of strict rules and doctrines, but little in the way of spiritual fulfillment. So it's deeply ironic that Kierkegaard appears in NieR Automata as the Pope-like figurehead of a breakaway sect of Catholic-seeming robots dressed like they're straight out of the Vatican. Similar to Pascal's machine village in the forest, these robots have disconnected from their network in the hopes of forming an isolated collective deep beneath the factory zone. But as the player arrives, the robots begin to go insane, either attacking each other or committing suicide, under the belief that they will transcend and become as gods. It's a pure and straightforward expression of Kierkegaard's real-world critique of the Christian religion. Religion becomes an institution, which justifies itself by becoming increasingly conservative and fundamentalist about its own beliefs. It eventually degenerates into a cult in which the lives of its followers are meaningless. The Kierkegaard of NieR Automata isn't a rational individual questioning organized religion anymore. He's the head of an apocalyptic suicide cult.
Where the state ceaseth, there only commenceth the man who is not superfluous. I see. It seems this Nietzsche was quite the profound thinker. Or perhaps he skipped right past profound and went straight to crazy instead. Oh well, enough of that.
Dreaming in Neon.
Well.
Dreaming in Neon.
Full Metal Alchemist. I get it. I get the reference.
Are you starting to see a pattern? All throughout the game, a real-world philosophy is referenced and then subverted or turned on its head. And these different philosophers and belief systems are all concerned in some way with existence and identity. But the machines that embody these belief systems all come to unhappy, or at least unsatisfying ends. It's only very late in the game, towards the end of the third playthrough as A2, that we finally get an explanation for this bizarre mimicry of humanity. All of these robot philosophers are the result of the machine's built-in programming, which compels them to imitate human evolution. After invading Earth, the machines rose up and killed their alien masters. But they soon realized that they had hit a dead end. They were doomed to stay the same forever, never improving, trapped in stasis. So they came up with a plan. They would continuously resurrect ancient human societies and philosophies as an evolutionary experiment in the hopes that they'd eventually evolve into higher life forms. The machines know that they're doomed to fail, just like the humans they're imitating. It's all part of their evolutionary process. And it's this, the different ways that the machines have failed to recreate humanity and human philosophy, that illustrates the ultimate meaning and message of NieR Automata.
When do we learn that the machines kill the aliens?
Throughout the story of NieR Automata, the ghost of humanity haunts both the machines and the androids. By the end of the game, the androids discover that humanity was never safely hunkered down on the moon like they believed. The human race has been extinct for thousands of years. The leaders of Yorha know this, and maintain the lie anyway because, as your commander tells you, we need a god worth fighting for. Humanity has become as gods. This fable of a long-gone race of progenitors has become, literally, a religious institution for both the androids and the machines. And just like that, the audience's expectations are masterfully subverted once more. This is no story of a ghost in the machine, of robots developing a soul and learning to be human. This is a story where the real ghost in the shell is humanity, the long-dead creators of this world whose memory haunts machines and android alike. Some of the earliest science fiction stories have asked whether something unhuman can ever truly be human. NieR Automata is asking something far more interesting and subversive. Can you, the player, demonstrate that most human of characteristics, showing empathy for those outside of yourself, even for your bitter enemies? And as the game approaches its conclusion, it becomes clear that the only hope of a happy ending for our protagonists involves breaking free of the cycle of conflict created by their gods. If you're already fluent in the tropes of the JRPG genre, the use of this theme won't surprise you in the slightest. Stories about fighting back against a corrupt church and even killing God have been part of Japanese games for about as long as there have been Japanese games. But that's a topic for another video essay.
Yevon's teachings and the final summoning give the people of Spira hope. Without hope, they would drown in their sorrow.
I would have gladly died. I live for the people of Spira, and would have gladly died for them, but no more. The final summoning is a false tradition that should be thrown away.
As with every other expectation the player brings with them, NieR Automata subverts this trope too. As the game's opening monologue begins, players savvy to Japanese games will have a certain set of expectations about how this story will play out. As a longtime JRPG obsessive, I know I did. After the opening sequence, I thought I already had the plot all figured out.
I often think about the god who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle, and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
Kill him. Kill him.
But by the end, you'll understand that this opening was actually a genius act of misdirection. You, the player, are indeed trapped in a never-ending cycle, but killing God won't set you free. God is already dead. The player beats the game as 2B, and then you beat the game again from a new angle as 9S, and then once again as A2. As long as this cycle continues, there is no hope for a happy ending. After 12,000 years of unending war, with humanity replaced by a highly advanced and digitized consciousness, we find ourselves right back where we started. The contradictions between philosophy and theology still cannot be resolved, and the characters of NieR Automata are still grappling with the same question we've had since the beginning: the meaning of existence. No matter how far we've come, we still find ourselves trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. As the player climbs a gigantic mechanical Tower of Babel and speeds towards the finale, they destroy the artificial intelligence that has been masterminding the eternal proxy war between the machines and the androids. So by the time the climax arrives, 2B, 9S, and A2 are all dead. Their pod caretakers are preparing a final data wipe to erase all record of Project Yorha and the androids and usher in the next incarnation of this cycle of conflict. But the pods have a sudden change of heart. The combined weight of their shared experience has given them something akin to emotions or consciousness. They're willing to disobey their programming and recreate 2B and 9S's data in order to give them another chance at life. And this is when NieR Automata pulls its ultimate trick. In order to complete the game, the player has to literally blast their way through the end credits in a shmup sequence reminiscent of a Toho bullet hell game. In that sense, you do get to literally kill God. Not the gods of NieR Automata's narrative, but the actual architects of the world that you, the player, have inhabited for the last 40 to 60 hours. This sequence is tough as nails, and it's nearly impossible to finish on your own. Each time you die, the game serves up a yes-no question for the player that must be answered before you can continue. A dark mirror to the events that began the game. Is it all pointless? Do you think games are silly little things? Do you admit there is no meaning to this world? With every death, messages left by other players from all over the world appear in the background, encouraging you to press on and keep fighting. In this one beautiful moment, the game doesn't just break the fourth wall, it obliterates it entirely. With this moment, there is no longer a divide between the game's internal narrative and the audience's experience. The characters and the player must simultaneously confront their own failures and the grim hopelessness of their struggle, and still find the courage to continue. Finally, after many deaths on the player's part, the game gives you a prompt. Call for reinforcements? Once you say yes, reinforcements arrive in the form of other players flying in formation around you. The soundtrack takes on new weight as a chorus of voices, all singing in different languages, crescendo and meld together, including the voices of the game's production staff and Yoko Taro himself. Yoko Taro talked about how this final sequence of the game was inspired by, of all things, Coca-Cola's Small World marketing campaign. Coke placed sets of vending machine-shaped computers near the border between India and Pakistan, two nuclear-armed nations that have clashed several times in the past few decades, and are still officially at war with each other, despite a 2003 ceasefire. The people of India and Pakistan have every reason to hate each other, and are propagandized to do so by their own governments. But through the screens of these Coke machines, Indians and Pakistanis could connect with each other, see each other, and leave hopeful and inspiring messages. Despite decades of war and propaganda, humanity's innate love and kindness shines through. And with that, 2B and 9S are set free, finally, from the cycle. They're no longer androids of Project Yorha, but beings with their own consciousness and agency, who now have the choice to live life on their own terms. But then, the game confronts the player with one final request. In order to beat the endgame shmup sequence, the player almost certainly has to accept the call for reinforcements. Now, you're given the opportunity to act as reinforcements for someone else, in order to help them finish their game. But to do this, you'll need to pay the ultimate price, deleting all of your game's save data, erasing your hard-earned progress. You have no way of knowing who you'll be helping, and they'll have no way of thanking you. And as the game reminds you, you might even be helping out somebody who hates your guts. Despite all that, will you still make the ultimate sacrifice and delete your game in order to help a complete stranger? The first NieR game pulled this trick before, and in service to a similar theme. At the end of that game, in order to save your companion and love interest Kaine and get the true ending, you likewise needed to give up your save file. But this time, you're not sacrificing yourself for a fictional NPC. You're doing it for a real-life, flesh-and-blood human. NieR Automata suggests that life is more than just hardship. We can find meaning in that struggle, and we can transform it into an act of kindness for a fellow human. In interviews, Yoko Taro has been very tight-lipped when it comes to commenting on the meaning and themes of his work. From reading interviews with him, it seems like he absolutely loves to give cryptic and frustrating answers to reporters when they try to pin him down on this. On one level, I think this probably has a lot to do with Taro being far more shy of media attention than the handful of other video game auteurs out there. You'll never see Yoko Taro do this.
What took you so long?
But going even deeper.
We're going even deeper.
The storytelling of NieR Automata comes from a culture rooted not in Western, Abrahamic theology, but in Eastern belief systems. One of the central beliefs of Eastern religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism is samsara, the belief that every living thing is trapped in an endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Across the span of many lifetimes, each person must struggle to attain insight and enlightenment about the nature of existence, and endure the suffering that goes hand in hand with being alive. It is only by arriving at nirvana, a state of true enlightenment, where we shed our attachment to earthly desires and material possessions, that we can break free of the cycle of samsara. NieR Automata suggests that even after humans are long gone, digitized versions of our souls will still be trapped in a far future sci-fi version of samsara. It is metaphysics, made literal. The same patterns will repeat again and again, with evolved forms of human intelligence returning to the same questions that have haunted us since the beginning. Violence and war, the drive to reproduce and live forever through your progeny, and the search for higher meaning through religion. For the game's cast, these questions can only lead to existential despair. NieR Automata isn't telling you to drop what you're doing, pick up the prayer beads, and convert to Buddhism. The game simply suggests that one of humanity's oldest philosophical questions, the struggle for meaning in a meaningless existence, is the closest thing we have to a universal truth.
だが、その輪廻の中であがくことが生きるという意味なのだ。私たちはそう思う。
The real-world parallels here are almost impossible to ignore. We live in a moment when it's never been more fashionable to demonize our enemies and to refuse to see the humanity in those who are different from us. Just take a look all around you. Fear of the outsider has become the guiding principle of the modern age. And this social imperative means that all of us, in turn, have been conscripted as soldiers in an endless war over who gets to be a member of the in-group and who must be excluded. As we become numb to the sheer repetition of bad news after bad news, conflict heaped upon conflict, we lose hope that we might ever find a way out. Because as NieR Automata shows us, this desire for domination is a dead end. It can only lead us down a spiral of misery and futility from which there is no escape. The repetitive nature of NieR Automata's combat mechanics intertwines with repetition in the narrative, and its us versus them cycle of conflict. And with their controller in hand, the player directly participates in a dialectical deconstruction and reconstruction of the pillars of humanist philosophy. Through this harmony between gameplay and themes, this ludonarrative consonance, the player comes to understand how we must reject the cycle of conflict and the desire for domination for there to be any hope for the future. We must show love and empathy to each other. In a medium not exactly known for its love of pacifism or humanism, NieR Automata stands as a genre-defining work of art, one with a message that's vital and highly relevant to the current moment. The only way to escape the death spiral of modernity is for us to commit a senseless and selfless act of compassion. We must have the strength to believe in something bigger than ourselves. Only then can we be free.
だが、違う未来の可能性も存在する。未来は与えられるものではなく、獲得するものだから。
thanks for watching. This video was the product of a year and a half of writing, rewriting, editing, revisions, and agonizing. I don't usually do longer videos because they're really hard to make when you're a one-person operation, but this game is so special, I knew it needed the feature-length treatment. I am trapped in a never-ending struggle for visibility with the YouTube algorithm, so if you enjoyed this video, please share it with a friend.
Yep.
See you next time.
Alright, well... yeah, I think so too. It is such a special game. And, it does show you a lot of arguments before it tries to give you, or to allow you to make your own answer. Yeah. I'm going to do the upload now. I don't think... I don't know if it's worth showing again, because it's one of those things that I think the more times you live it, the less important it will be. So I'll show it once. But I definitely am going to do that after I upload my save to the cloud. I definitely want to be part of it. I guess more than anything else. I want to send my message up and be part of the future of this game, even if the game has been out for a long, long time. Yeah. That is NieR Automata. Thanks for your patience, Monships. I really appreciate it. I know it took me a while to get to it. But at least I hope it was interesting to watch my reaction. Some person out there will have the VTNet joins during his credit scene. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna show the VTNet or NieR, because my save is called NieR. But it's gonna be Portugal, at least. I'm gonna do the message the same way I did. I'm glad you experienced the whole game. Did you go for all the important side quests? I went for all the side quests I could find, absolutely. And I'm gonna watch the anime soon, I hope. I want to watch it. I'm sure it will be... I expect it to start in the same place but diverge. It can't do the same thing, because it just can't. It's impossible. So I really want to know what it's gonna do. But yeah, I don't want to say it was fun, because it was a big downer. I'm not very... I'm not at peace with the spiral of life and death. I'm not at peace with mortality. And this game tickles my dread very much. But I am very happy that I experienced it. Let's say that. It's definitely a special game. I seek out things like this. This game is more of an experience than a fun game, I guess. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Got that Stranding soon too. Don't worry. Yep, Existential Dread coming back. Yay. I wonder. Anyway, I'm out for today. I'm gonna do the thing, and then that's it. Goodbye, good night. Thanks for watching and coming on this journey. And yeah, I'm gonna do some random things for the next 2 or 3 days, and then the world is our oyster. Goodbye and good night.